Hello, hello guys. So this will be part 3 of essentially what feels more like a playthrough than me streaming it, as it tends to happen when I play something different than Smite. But that's alright. I'm enjoying the shit out of this game. And I will just continue from where I left off yesterday. Which is this weird ass like maze almost. One thing I will say though, I did look around a bit off stream after it ended yesterday, after I had gotten some food. And I did find something very silly that I missed. I went and teleported back to the specific shrine, and I turned around, and there it was. I just completely ran past this for some reason. I completely missed it. It's weird how sometimes your brain just doesn't recognize something. Just go past it without even thinking about it. It's a long moon stream. Okay. Because yeah, I mean, my main motivation for this was obviously I wanted to figure out how to open these damn cells. But as I ran right in here and looked down, I was like, what the fuck is that? And yeah, I just completely missed this. Because you just run past here. I guess I didn't think about, like, this quick hole right here, but yeah, here it is. So, I imagine, or at least hoping, it feels like this guy is kind of tied to it, considering the purpley nature of this. Joe, chill. Oh yeah, I got the parry on. Ow! Okay, he's got a beam phase. I might need stealth for that, that could be useful. Assuming the decoy actually works for that. It might get killed really fast. I think I'll grab my stealth for that. Classic lose health on arrival of the boss battle. just kind of stun launch you. There goes the decoy. Yeah, that dies pretty fast. Still worked out, I think. Damn it. Oh no, he's gonna keep teleporting away. Actually, this works out. Even though, oh no. Damn it. There we go. Nice. Here's actually kind of tough. Classic caster nonsense. This guy's pulling off. Alright, what do we got? Mind core. Cool. Spirit of Captain Lotus. This is a key item, so for age. Like if this isn't it, I have no idea. I literally couldn't find anything else. Oh, it was awesome. Finally, Jesus Christ. Missed. Nice, nice. And the other thing I did look into was the boar guy. The boar guy I looked for so long, I ended up actually just looking for a hint. So I did cheat a little on that one. But I don't think I would have figured that one out either. Because what I needed was already something that I had completed. I just didn't go back there. So, for the boar guy, you had apparently to go back to the dude you saved, the one of the rock stuff, or who was a rock, I guess, but he tried to sneak you out, big one, cheat on you, and kill you instead. The weird, I mean, I wouldn't even call him a rock. Like, that's what he's referred to, but it's like a plant guy. He's actually stuck in the ground. He wants you to find something in the cave. The secret to how they became rock things or whatever the fuck. Apparently that guy becomes a vendor after you complete his quest. I had no idea, so apparently I needed something from him, and so I did go and grab that. So I should be able to proceed with the board guy. I don't know what it does, but I can proceed at least now. And now I will simply just complete all of these locked areas where I were before. I'm so tired of this area, to be honest, but I don't want to miss all of the potential loot. So I am looking for shit. There's a big dude in here, right? Yeah. Bunch more materials. I imagine that's probably mostly what it's gonna be. What I do need to do with this, at least, is free the NPC. I think that's probably the most important thing, because they actually give some good stuff. After, well, for one NPC, I got a new transformation, so if that's a possibility, I'm absolutely going to try and see if I can figure that stuff out, no matter what. All NPC quests will be on my list. What's this? Is this a new transformation as well then? Yeah.
I foresaw today when I chose to depart. Another master plan of Mount Lingshan. Once a man, now a Guai. Death was his relief. Oh, it's you. You're still alive. And I see you've slain one of my captains and helped yourself to break in. 4 loyal captains. Now 4 bewildered souls. Can you free them from that pain if you truly are the destined one? You posed as my Treya and tricked us here for a false feast. And I was foolish enough to fall for his trap. My men suffer because of me. 4 mighty captains, now mere pawns of Yellowbrow. I got rid of my eyes and ears to shield myself from these beguiling chants. Yarguais fell in his hands. A hero of the land.
I'm surprised with how much dialogue some of these NPCs have. They just keep going.
What kind of hero am I? I can save no one. A misstep of yours, he might be the true destined one. Yarguais felon is. What kind of hero? I can save.
Okay. So the reward was pretty much just the translation there. Dude, you absolute asshole. God damn it. Dude, I can't believe I have to run through this whole place again just to find all the loot. Now I died, so everything respawned as well. I kind of wish they would still show where the circles were broken. That would help. Let me at least go down to the beginning here. Just so I know where to look. Because before, at least, I could see where I hadn't been. Now I actually have to check every single cell. But at least the good part is I can see if it's a closed cell. Like this one. Then I know I haven't been there. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of wish there wasn't mana in this game. And some of the abilities are definitely very, very powerful, but I feel like mana just kind of gets in the way of being able to do more cool stuff. Like maybe the transformation could have a longer cooldown if it didn't cost any mana, but I do think it's a little unnecessary. It feels very limited at times. Still got it. Any cells? Not around here, at least. I feel like I might have gotten the more important cells, because I did remember the chests and the big guys and stuff. So I might have gotten the more important ones at least. I'll just skim through it real fast. I won't actually look for secret cells again, because I want to get out of here so bad. This place sucks. I liked it the first time, not the 5th time. Maybe it's over here. There's something closed over there at least. I've been in there. I'm guessing that's just open in the next room then. Actually, did I just run all the way? Did I just... I did... No, I didn't. Where am I? Where the heck am I? Oh, there's nothing here. I'm just gonna start to assume that I have opened all the cells. Unless there's something near the top, which there might be. No, I missed. Right, so I'm back up here. Yeah. There we go. A Batman. Alright, level 50 as well. Getting some nice sparks at least, I guess, for kind of rerunning this area for all these damn cells. I'm getting a bunch of materials. If I couldn't upgrade stuff before, I definitely can now. I kind of wish the ambient didn't have all the growling, because I can't tell if it's actually an enemy or not. It's not really scary anymore. It was kind of in the beginning. But now I'm just, like, trying to find enemies or potential secrets. Just some will. I see some will over there as well. Which I imagine is behind a cell. Yeah. Oh, and a chest as well. And a dude. Bye. Did he survive or no? He might have, I guess. Now, where does that lead down to? Is that a place I've been? Guess I have to find out. No, there's a chest down here. Oh. Cool. And Archer hiding as well. Ah, he did live. Well, with two of these guys, I think I'm just gonna do this. Nice. Well, where am I now then? Because I feel... Was this open before? I could have just went and gotten that chest. There's no way, right? I wouldn't miss something obvious like that. No way. I definitely missed that. Alright. At least I think I have found every cell so far. We'll see if there's more towards the top. But I'm getting there. Then I can actually proceed. After the boar guy, that is. I don't want to do the stuff with the boar guy. Dude. Come over here then, Jesus Christ. Definitely the enemy I hate the most right there. I hate those guys. But it's also because their main job is to push you off cliffs. It's hard not to hate that. Well, where's the main path actually? Because I gotta go up. Up. I gotta go up. This is not up. This place is still a maze to me. My God, where is the correct path? There it is. Suddenly a lot of dudes here. I'm not seeing any other cells. I think I'm good. Just not seeing any loot. Alright. Then I will proceed. Okay. Doesn't really matter. This is probably the fastest way to do it. Now I'm gonna just teleport away. Because you don't really lose anything on death as far as I know. I'll proceed. Can there be anything new though? I mean, I can make this, but it's not an upgrade anymore. But I imagine this one and it will end up being an upgrade down here. And for that, I probably need to make this. But I guess I'll see if it gets to that. What about armor? No, I still have the best armor. Alright. Then I have to go back to... Where was he again? Here. I'm glad it shows NPCs. It's a bit vague though. Sometimes it kind of blends in. I can't always tell. But back to boar guy. And in case it was missed before, I did go back and look at the board guy a bit yesterday, and I couldn't find anything. I was told by a chatter that there is a secret around him. I just didn't know to what extent. Like, what does that mean? So I went back, I looked at it, and I wouldn't. I was probably misled a little bit with that, or like I misinterpreted it. Because when I think of a secret, I generally don't think you need something for that secret. Like, it's just, if I'm just being told that there's a secret in the room, I'm not thinking I need something to access that secret. But you do. You need to progress this dude's quest. How you progress that quest? Well, you need to complete a different quest. Once you complete that quest, that guy becomes a vendor, and then you buy the stuff for this guy.
How refreshing. You woke me up. Thanks.
So I bought something to sober him up. Jesus Christ, those nails, man.
Enough of the chit-chat. My belly's growling. I must quench this rumbling in my belly first. The Temple of Crouching Tiger. They say there's meat there. Worth a look. The feast first, then the toil. Hunger brings no spoils. You should eat more, Skinny. Off we go to the Temple of Crouching Tiger. I must quench the Temple of
Crouching Tiger. I mean, that's the temple where the dude was. So I'm pretty sure I've been there. Unless there's for some reason a different tiger. There should just have been a shrine near that guy. Right, so... Yeah. Temple... Okay, so... There is a dude there, still. I guess I'll just go to the entrance. I don't think there's any enemies in this area either, it was just the big boss. Really cool boss, too. Arguably my favorite boss so far. Potentially. Alright, boar man. There is definitely meat here. That is true. I also actually... Did I ever go this way? I went down. But did I ever go in the back way? Like, I don't want to get sidetracked here again. But I am curious. Classic. I could just proceed here, but like Borman's at the temple. So he's gotta be here somewhere, right? So where are you at, Borman? Like, hopefully he has spawned and maybe I have to rest. Oh, never mind. Found him.
Oh, this putrid rat meat is insufferable. Help me score a tasty treat, will you? It drives me mad. I've been craving a taste of that juicy jade lotus. Can you find me some in this barren land?
Guess I already have.
I wouldn't mind some meatless meals from time to time. I have stumbled upon some interesting leads. The realm of gold does hold a connection to this desolate land. I hear the realm of gold is where the sun sets. There, they held rats above all others.
The realm of gold.
And somehow, before we knew it, the realm was gone. Quite odd, that is. I just tried those rat guys. They taste like men flesh. Its people are not yet extinct. I suspect the Yellow Wind Guai had a role in their downfall. Our senior brother gave me a piece of gold. I'll need it here when the time's right, he said. It's the right time now. I'm taking it to the right place to give it a try. I just tried those rat... Its people on... Our senior brother gave me a piece of gold. It's the right time now.
I don't know what that alludes to. Take him to the right place.
I just tried... Its people... Our senior...
Okay, I'll have to, well, first of all, I want to proceed over here, because what the fuck? I don't think I ever did. I got way too distracted going for, like, going down, and then when I went down, I saw, like, the big tornado boss and all that stuff. I just got completely distracted and missed out. Is Wukong solo? Yes. This is very solo. Solo journey to the west.
This step will be your doom.
Usually archers stay at range, my friend. You shouldn't come close. Copper pill, drinks and soaks, okay. if you go next rock solid costs no mana for a short duration. I don't really use that anyway. I don't care much for that. Might be good in some bosses though. Well, it definitely will be good on some bosses because it's a parry, so. Spin! It's actually kind of nice against some of the more tanky enemies. It will take their shields out pretty easily, I think. There's a dude up there.
Your head is mine, by the Sage's order.
Dude, they look like statues. I keep missing these guys. They just blend in. I've got something in here. Some will. I also got 3 sparks, so let me take care of that. Are these just overall transformation stuff? Dude, it could be really cool, or really good too. I don't think I need it at the moment, but for later, that's definitely something I want to look into. That looks funny. I'll grab that. Weird. It doesn't create crit though, which could be really good. Oh, you can upgrade the charge speed? That's kind of sick. I'll grab this, I think. Some more sustain for when I'm exploring it a little too much. It's kind of bright here.
We rise again!
Your head is mine.
Damn it. Such a long charge up time.
Now taste this.
Yeah, I feel like this place is definitely something I could have explored a long time ago. Now I'm kind of over-leveled for it. Still just dealing with rats. Hello there. Rat Imperial Guard. They definitely seem pretty aggressive. Might be decent as a transform. The cheap ears. The zombie is the visual representation of the cheap viewers trying to grab my attention. Eventually they will get it, but it will be followed swiftly by no longer existing around me. bunch of zombie guys here, but do we have any loot? Any looters around here? I guess not. There's something over there, though. Oh, there is loot right here. Might be going to a boss here. Tends to happen when you open gates. No? Okay. I'm getting a flask upgrade though. Very nice. Very nice. I'll rest. Get my mana back. Screaming as bird. Wait, these are horses? At least they sound like horses. There's gotta be a boss coming up pretty soon. For how much this game loves throwing bosses at you, it's surprising I haven't seen one more than once this stream. And it was at the very beginning, from something I found last stream.
Your life.
There it is.
My son.
What?
With all my skills, I failed.
I definitely feel a little over leveled for this. Cool. Got a spirit though. Dude, I want a new transformation soon. It's been a long time. And like for the people that didn't even do the side quest, they still only have one at this point in the game. Because the big rock that I transform into now was from a side quest. Otherwise, I still only have the one dude. The fire wolf. Sometimes they shoot slow, sometimes they shoot fast. I can never tell which one of those. Huh. So this just leads all the way back to this place. Weird. Everything just leads back to the same path. I just forgot to take this path back then. Okay. Well, then I'm kind of back to where I began, I guess. Kind of lost on where the boar guy wants me to go. I can go back to him and see if he's gone. If he's gone, then maybe I can find him somewhere on the map. Or like teleporter, so I can see where NPCs are. At least now that I've explored the place, maybe he's gonna show up. But I'm not really sure, because he didn't show up on the temple. So I had to find him myself. Yeah, so now I have this guy as well. Okay. And this is also from a side quest. Yeah, I'm definitely trying this one. Hell yeah. Also seems to be fire related though. I got new guys here as well. So I got this guy. It's pretty cool. It's just a quick slash. Okay. I kind of like the one I have at the moment. I don't want to swap anything out. Chill resistance, that's cool. But situational. Right. Let's travel, see if I can find him. Not that guy. Not that guy. Yeah, so he's gone. I can try and check the temple again, but Boarman is now gone. And I do not know where he would want to go. Because I didn't really feel like the stuff he said was any hint towards where he was going. Yeah, he's gone. Okay. I mean, good that he's gone, I guess, but... where did he go? This is the shittiest part of the FromSoft type questing. I have no fucking idea where he went. Windrest Hamlet. Cause you see, what did he say again? Something, something like a golden. Something about a golden place that was lost, or like it was just gone. Some shit like that. And I imagine he's still gonna be in this same zone somewhere. No, I'll check the Windseal Gate, see if he's somewhere around there. Like, he wouldn't be... Actually, that's where I was. I didn't even realize. I was up there. Have I been in that tower? I don't know if I have. Well, can't go in from this way. Do I want to go in that tower? The hell, man? I guess you can't. Oh well. I really don't want to have to Google it, but I also am not the type of person who wants to just search mindlessly for something without any clue. And, well, I guess I'll rephrase that. There probably is a clue, but I didn't pick up on it, so in my case I would have to just look mindlessly. And I don't really care much for that. I'll check something around here where I feel like there was some kind of empty space. Not much happened back here, except there was an NPC. And he is now gone. But there is no boar man. And this is just where the boss was. I don't really think there is anything else around here. In the recent Prince of Persia game, which by the way is super good, there was like a hint. You could buy like hints in case you were lost. I wish this game had that. That'd be great. Right. I'll check if I can do something new here as well.
Self-refinement is the way to make golden pin.
What do you got? Increasing damage. Could be interesting. It's just a stamina potion. I'm not sure I'm too interested in that stuff. Might... I don't actually care about that stuff, I think. That doesn't really matter to me. So...
What say you, brave one?
I still haven't had a use case for consumables just yet. Game's not been that difficult. They had some somewhat tough bosses, but generally no. I do not know where he would be. actually have no idea. I would assume he's still in the same zone, right? Because he's tied to this chapter. Let me try the obvious one, I guess. Let me try where he started. Maybe he went back. Because his arena is still the most sus place in this whole game. It's so open for no reason. He's not sitting here. Oh, he's here. Great.
Did you acquire my brother's gold piece? Give it here!
Why did I get this gold piece again? I legitimately forgot.
Dust fails, dusk frail!
Actually, can I check? Maybe that will remind me. I had gold piece, yeah. Feeling gold from her arch, Duchess face, how outrageous, there must be some reason behind such an act. Why did I get this again? I'm actually gonna Google where this piece comes from. Who is his brother? Was was it just the lion? Or the tiger, not the lion. Or you just find it. It's dropped by the first prince. Ooh. That's the big rat guy, isn't it? Yeah, the first prince was the big rat. But he was crazy. You're not a rat, and you're not crazy, Mr. Boorman. This one is kind of powerful, I feel like.
What an excellent fight! The intensity! This is good. You and I should explore that realm together.
Snout mask. Is this an upgrade? I kind of hope it isn't. Cause yeah, okay, good. Cause I don't want to wear this. It looks kind of cool with the aesthetic. It's actually kind of sick, but it is in fact not an upgrade right now. I need transmog in this game. Open.
Men in our time do not see the ancient moon, but this moon hath shone on men of yore. Behold, Be it the realm of sunset or the realm of gold, it's but an echo of the past. Legends speak of an ancient, colossal beetle in these sands. Whilst deep in slumber, it lay hidden beneath the earth's embrace. When awakened, it would devour all souls that crossed its path. Its shell, harder than stone, defied the strikes of common arms.
I was kind of
fear into traveling merchants and
dealing with a dude in the tornado
realms.
throwing a big beetle at me.
But a yellow-furred rat sensed the immense power emanating from the insect. He halted the beetle's havoc and harnessed it for his own ends. Overjoyed, the king named the rat Gwai, the royal sage, and built a shrine in his honor. The bound beetle was a perfect source of power, so the rat stayed. He seized the tongue monk using the new power, and battled with soon Wukong upon the Yellow Wind Ridge. The Gwai's formidable wings veiled the vast expanse of the sky. Were it not for Bodhisattva Lingji, Tongue Monk's quest for the scriptures would have failed. Yet, stripped of the rat's protection, the kingdom was plunged into a state of ruin. The once lush Yellow Wind Ridge now lies a desolate wasteland.
Interesting. I got an achievement as well. And considering this is side content, I wonder how difficult it will be if it's scaled for a specific, if it's scaled for like chapter 2 as well, or if it's scaled for maybe something more difficult.
You traveler, back to where you belong, or meet your end here. I am the vanguard of the Yellow Wind King. I patrol this land by royal decree. Hey, Yaoguai, you scorn my words?
Yes.
I'll have you served to the king's dinner!
I couldn't even tell that he was rocked out there. Damn. It's a strong roar you got there, my friend.
Great move! Surprise strike! Such fierce staff work. You wield grand might. Brave soul, why not use this might to aid my king's good deed?
This guy's funny. I like him.
Our king comes from Mount Lingshan. His kind heart seeks to end the place's suffering. The Yaoguai's skills run deep, yet with your help, our chances will be doubled. The king is just ahead. With my meager skills, I cannot join you. Please, go aid him quickly.
Damn, that's cool. This feels very open too. That's interesting. God of War is very linear for the most part, but in its second iteration, slight, I guess, potential expectation spoilers, but no story spoilers. It opened up quite a bit for some of its optional zones, which was very interesting. Like a lot more than I would ever have expected from its previous title. So this is pretty interesting. I wouldn't mind seeing what this game would do if it had a bit more of an open zone. I don't need it to be open world, but I do like a bit more freedom in terms of exploration, instead of it being fully linear, which it pretty much has been so far. Like sometimes you get a chance to go like left or right, but there's no open zones where you're like, what's that? I wonder what's in this corner. I wonder what that building is, or what's inside of it, or anything like that. All right, before I go anywhere else though, let me see what's happening with this guy. Oh, this guy's back. Oh yeah, that's what his title was, wasn't it? The Yellow Wind.
You bested my vanguard. Then you do indeed have skills. That Yao Guai must have some vessel that counters me. Even my Samadhi wind can't hurt it.
I guess it's not the same guy
There
then,
is
but he
only
looks
one
like the same
way
guy.
to pull out this Yao Guai. I'll sound the drums and it'll come forward. If you are willing, I ask you to seize its vessel at the right time. Then the Yao Guai will be mine.
I mean, it's got to be pretty big, I'm guessing, because that's a big area. A beetle raid boss? Look at this beauty. Kuban? Not that big, I guess, but it's cool. Swallowing every soul in its path seems a little bit of an overstatement.
Here, at the western end of the world, each day the sun sets and boils the sea. The boiling hiss is sharp enough to ravage babies in their cradles. The people sound drums to counter the impact, but the drums draw this Yao Guai. The vessel this Yao Guai holds protects it from me. Your boldness in venturing here is clear. Aid me with this. It's right here, beneath us in the sands. Together, we shall rid the people of this wretched Yao Guai.
Dude, aren't you bigger than this thing? It doesn't actually look that big
It's
anymore.
right here, beneath us in the sands. Together, we shall rid the people of this wretched Yao Guai.
Yeah. Let's do that. Alright. Yeah, it's not really much of an open zone actually, as I thought before. It seems just the big majority of it is gonna be the arena itself, but I'm gonna go over there first. Looks like there is a structure of some kind. Then I will go down and smack the beetle. Uh-oh. No, I don't have a choice. Alright, beetle time it is. Oh great, you're gonna be burrowing. But yeah, that does seem to be the case. That's where they got the model from as well. That is the thing that it throws at you in his boss fight. Okay, no damage on legs. What? How you miss? Also, aid me with this, he says. You gonna help or what? I still see you setting up there. Just take a boot. Yes, thank you. Yellow wind. And look at him being helpful up there.
As long as the drum beats, that one will not get away.
Ow. Uh-oh. Scripted, we're fine. He hates music.
Seize the vessel.
Seizing the vessel.
I'll join you.
Alright, good. He wasn't lying. I'm still slightly confused. I might have missed something, but this feels like a flashback. Or like we went back in time almost to that realm. Like, it was referred to as a realm. Ow. He knocked me out of my transformation.
No one will fear you.
He's flying around.
Strike.
Alright. Overall, very, very easy boss, but it was also more of like a story cinematic thing. I can deal with that. this Giga Chat. It's so cool. That's very cool. I like it.
On the folks' behalf, I thank you.
No problem. Wolfman. Or Dogman, or whatever you are, I'm not really sure, to be honest. That's cool. So just kind of like a somewhat easy secret boss there. Vessel. What is that? And some cool material, I guess. Can I not return there, though? Pigman has just dipped out. Oh, that's what it is. Damage reduction. And immunity to strong winds. That would have been nice to have on that one specific boss, who was also the same guy, I think. I'm pretty sure it was the same guy, at least. I'll use that in general, though. Bit more useful than just fire. Increase attack. What do I have now? Stamina recovery rate. I like my stamina recovery rate. As well as my increased max stamina. Because I don't think damage is a problem. I want to use more cool stuff. For that I need stamina as well as mana. Dude, these guys just drop mine cores left and right. Are mine cores pretty damn useful? Like, this is upgrade material for stuff, but I guess you can definitely grind out a lot of stuff in this game. I think it's good if it's not that hard to get materials. Ooh, when I get near armor? Dude, I don't want to wear this, but it is an upgrade. That looks so funny. No chest piece for it though. Only gloves, it seems. Not an upgrade though. Yeah, so those are not an upgrade. But cool nonetheless, I guess. This one though is an upgrade. Man, it looks so silly without any of the other gear. It might be cool from the back though. I mean, it's kind of cool from the back, I guess. Okay, now I actually think I can fully just progress. So this guy was, yeah, that's that guy. Outside the wheel. I made it to a temple, right before a boss. Snowvale Trail is the pagoda, which I haven't been at yet. I need to remember that. I have two paths again. I'll start by just doing this boss. Which I'm still pretty sure is a boss. It looked like a boss arena, very much. I might be wrong though. I had a hard time putting the game down yesterday when streaming. I always want to do one last thing. And with that I ended up at another boss. Oh, this guy again.
I couldn't be happier. Join me. Snow is the best soil for poetry.
He's just chilling there. have been poisonous. That was a follow-up hit on that. Mana stamina. He's still
Hold
around.
it, my friend. Sit with me a while. Dark-furred, devious-natured, hunting that Gwai is no simple task. You do have some skills, but this land bites with cold. Lack of readiness could be your undoing. Our reunion is destined. And so is my role to teach you this little trick.
No spell.
I am extraordinary, as is my flame. It shall help you in need, be it injury, weariness, or frostbite. Beast or Yaogwai, none shall dare to draw nigh.
Ring of Fire. Fire circle drawn by the staff can provide rapid recovery from within. So it's like a healing circle, basically, that also does some damage. So, okay, so instead of Immobilize... Dude, it's gonna be so hard to play without Immobilize now. I'm not really sure I want to. Ring of Fire definitely is cool, but instead of Immobilize? I don't know, man. Immobilize is so cool. I want to use 2 more sparks in this so I can get more focus to play around with. I also need to pull this one off. How did I do it again? After from tactical retreat. Forceful thrust. Or a charged heavy attack. Hold light. Oh, you okay. Do I have enough focus to do it here? I don't. Yeah, I think I need focus to do it. I need to test it out on someone, so I can actually get used to it. So far, I enjoy thrusting stance the most, compared to the other two. Ooh, got a little lag spike here. Is that a hat? A giant hat? slightly framey here. Nothing too bad though.
Keep at it. You could melt into blood and pus.
Darling, come on. It's perfectly cool in here. Join me inside. I've been behind practice with you.
That doesn't look very comfortable.
Such humor, Admiral. Let go of your stubbornness and I could request Master to set you free. Then I'd be open to joining you.
Oh, I don't deserve you. That old bastard has really made good use of Wukong's relic. Even you, a celestial courtier, bend to his will. Yet my ears tell me that the destined one has stopped the money wheel. Pity. Reckon it won't be your master who unlocks these metals eventually.
These gold symbols are made by our Grand Master. And you think a puny monkey can go beyond that?
I saw actual pixels before. Something did not render correctly. It was just like 5 pixels. It was like a branch. Oh, we're doing the old turtle thing. We're on the back of the turtle. Hell yeah, man. It's so cliche at this point, because it's been everywhere, but I love it every time.
How could you know he's here below?
Turtle? Snake? Who cares? I caught a whiff of monkey stench familiar enough for me to sound my welcome.
Master valued your talents. He kept you alive beneath the pagoda for your own good. How ungrateful. Evidently, you just don't deserve the ecstasy of the New West. Abandon your sense of justice, and you can deceive all. Just have a try.
I wasn't really prepared for this, to be honest. I didn't think it was the nuke, but good to know. That's actually kind of sick, because then you can do all the damage you possibly can before that point, and right before the timer runs out, you can just nuke yourself. Might actually be really good. Depending on the damage, I guess. Are we actually moving, though? Damn, that's so cool. Also, I am kind of debating if I should wait with this. You know what? Never mind. I'm not gonna wait with that. I'll just go back to the pagoda if I have to, because I still have to explore the pagoda. It's just they're taunting me in the back. But I'll focus on this boss now that I've met it. I've met her.
Died and come back. Changed your mind.
She's just the dragon again. No! What a waste! I can't stop spinning! Oh my god, that was such a bad time.
Now that my persuasion is
Spin is not good here.
go back to the pagoda and be remade. The clouds surge and shiver with thunder.
Oh my god. The game is so dark now, something screwed up. That did no damage.
My fault.
No! A grab attack!
What makes one tremble?
Ow.
The light.
Amount of flasks. There is so much lightning happening, I think I need shock resistance. I think I need some shock resistance. Also, the dimming is a bit annoying. But maybe actually, you know what, now that I think about it, that might be intentional considering this boss. They do have some different rules over there. Might be a bit too bright and flashy, this boss. It's very noticeable though. I don't like dimming. It's the same thing in some anime. They dim a lot of stuff because of, yeah, safety reasons.
You want to save me, but who do the same for you? Spin and flash.
This is why you actually dodge Wukong, you know?
To your true self.
Too early.
Spin and flash. Tremors forge thunder. Practice corn box. Tremors forge thunder. Monkeys are set in their ways. Still, though, you'll never crack the gold symbol.
Was she the dragon? There's no way, right? You punching it? Just punching this dragon in the neck. Alright, who was inside? Is that a garden hoe? Very fancy. He's so small. He's so cute. He's got a big head.
What took you so long? Constipation? I was nearly cooked alive in there. Move it. Blasted eyesore. Wasn't even worth my second glance back in the court. The same look again. A furry coat and a pinched face. Luck's all you've got. Great, another mute. Whatever. Let's not dally. Now the turtle and I have shared a few tales.
I do wonder why they actually made Wukong mute, just because they gave him a voice in the beginning.
That is not like our foes. That old monkey from Mount Huaguo asked me to back you up here to save you from his ugly tricks. He told me that once we gathered all 6 relics, we could bring Wukong back. Let's say I buy it for now. I'll go and catch up with him first. You take a look around.
Everyone turns into wind in this game. I don't actually know if it's like lore accurate. Holy shit, accurate. If Wukong doesn't really speak much in the beginning, but I kind of wish he spoke a bit more, cause he's sassy. He's kind of fun. How is this again? It's... and then I can't do it because they died. Damn it. I need an enemy with bigger health bar at the moment. Okay, so I can keep that going until stamina goes out. I'm not sure I like that ability very much. Especially, like, it's not gonna work on bosses. So I'm not too sure about that one. Something it has been shooting at me for a while, and I've noticed it. How does this reach all the way to the other side? Going through walls and shit. Dude. Wukong, hit him! Good lord. Do we have any loot around though? I don't mind killing stuff, but... Well, I thought so. That stuff is great and all, but I'd rather just continue. But he did ask me to look around, I guess, so I might actually be looking for something. There is something interesting there. You fishing? Seems kind of frozen. Interesting. This feels like it's... should be something. Give me the fishing pole and let me fish. I want to fish. Something here, I guess, the cave. Going even further down. I'm gonna end up in this turtle's asshole if I keep going. Just to loop around. Oh, of course. Decent amount of stuff to explore on this turtle. think I'm done exploring though. I think we'll just continue.
The place is teeming with Yaowais. I doubt if you'll even survive to find Yellowbrow, given your meager might. The place is teeming with Yaowais. My old friend! You must have had it rough all these years in this shithole! Rest easy! Once we're ashore, I'll take down that blasted temple to avenge you and Brother Snake!
Snake! That is a big turtle.
Easy there! Easy! I hear you! Dead or alive, all suffer the same. You'd be better off staying a stone. Come on, cut the whips and wines, will you? You're too old for those! Yes, stop the sobbing! Stay here and wait. I'll check on your snake, pal.
I'll go back to the pagoda. Because this feels like it is the main path. Damn, that's cool. Some cool red. Nice, nice. And all the side questing I've done. So I have money for it. Awesome. I could use a new hat though. That would be nice. Okay, so I'm still in the same general area. Well, I guess that makes sense, because usually when a new chapter ends, you tend to get like a big... Well, a new animation. I actually kind of forgot about that. The cool animations, man. I'm really looking forward to the animations. Especially now that I know it's going to be different styles. Right, so where's the pagoda? It's right there. Because I'm pretty sure I can go through this. I don't think I ever went this way. Cool. I forgot what the tree pearls are for, but they're pretty rare, so I'll take it. Well, well, well. Would you look at that? What an open area. I'm sure nothing is gonna happen here. Go. I'm surprised nothing happened there. It was such a big area. Weird. Where am I going? I mean, inside the pagoda, I guess, but... I'd be climbing a tower. Wait, wasn't this the first? Yeah, this was the first map. Or the first chapter. Huh. That's pretty cool. So 2 of them have been revealed, because I've done them, and I'm currently on the 3rd chapter. Huh. Interesting. Can you like... Is it like a recap type situation? Can I recap stuff here? Interact with it? No. Huh. Maybe I return here once I've finished everything. Because it definitely seems like I can do nothing about it right now. Yeah, because this almost feels like an entrance to something. Yeah, the other ones don't seem like they don't have stairs and everything just leading all the way up to them like this. This middle one is gonna lead to something. I would bet my left nutsack on it, but I won't. Alright, that's pretty much it then. That makes it easy. Nothing else is really happening here. Back to the lake then. This chapter feels like it's been gigantic. But maybe it's also just because a lot of my time has been spent in that same fucking prison. I was looking around for shit there for so long.
It may not rival the Skyward River, but Turtle General's help was necessary. When me and Wukong braved across that river, we were surely a sight to behold.
I like what's been happening recently here with NPCs actually fighting alongside me. I think that's great. That's so cool. It makes it feel more like a journey because you make friends along the way.
By my keen eye, toward the stream, you'll surely find something interesting.
Motherfucker interrupted me. I mean, this kind of looks like a snake skeleton. I don't think that's a good sign. And what is this? Chicken? It's a weird chicken. So there's a path here. There's also a path through there. Oh, fuck it. I'm choosing one way. I'm definitely the type of person who will try to go the obscure way first, and then sometimes that just ends up being the main way, unfortunately. Sometimes the main way will end up being where, oh no, it's a closed door, you have to find another way. And then I find the other way, because that's what I always do. I just find that first. I still need to go back and actually upgrade my things. Celestial Parasite. I don't know what that is. Dude, I love that he's fighting with a garden hoe. That's such a funny weapon.
This must be the Snake General. No, nothing but bare bones. That yellow brow is surely cruel. I'll give him that. A mute half-wit like you will be a lamb to the slaughter if you face him.
Ah, yeah, there he is. Alright, let's do that first then. Big one. Another type of bat. There are a lot of bats in this game. Rats and bats. Damn it. That's a pretty funny finish. That's great. Of course you're still alive. I don't want to fight this thing again. Not really a particularly fun enemy to fight.
I'll give you another hand.
He heals me? Damn. Dude, this outfit is great. I love how this looks. I just don't like my current helmet. Man.
Turtle,
Sad.
enough with the tears. The Snake General has passed on. The once mighty generals, now tortured and shattered. His teardrop holds great power. Take it, as his thanks to you.
I'm guessing I have to go collect the tear. There's also this path, but if I have to go collect the tear, I'd rather just do that now, before I forget. Okay, there it is. I didn't even realize there's a path there as well. I could have gone anywhere. Huh. Okay, fuck it. I'm gonna go here at the first one. There's also something out there. In the water.
Face.
This is not for your eyes.
Hey, you old
You have
Shenlong?
Drink from my relief!
I'm being shit on. I kept expecting, or not expecting, a second hit there. These guys are just monologuing. Talking about the good old days. Damn. Back I go, I guess. Did not expect the mini-boss either, so I was not really prepared for it. I had no mana. Not a whole lot of drinking. Some kind of cave. No! Every time! Come down! Oh my god. What a waste.
You dare come close? Big thunder, little rain.
No chance at immortality! And forced to suffer your torment! This old log can hardly move a muscle as he is.
Just shut up, you're fucking up with lightning.
Only one of Shudong's resurrection pills can save me now. I was cast down to the mortal realm. My powers much diminished. I ask for nothing more than to live out my days peacefully.
This guy is so pathetic.
Shudong loves his medicinal arts. Given his nature, he's surely tending the furnace flames somewhere.
The voice actor did a great job for this guy. He's so pathetic, and I believe it.
Shudong loves even his.
Okay. I think one of the great parts about this game, even though it doesn't have the most, you know, conceivable story, is that I think there is a lot of memorable characters, because they have so much personality. Like that guy, I'll probably remember him just because of how pathetic he is.
It is a temple, no doubt. But inside, the frost is biting hard. Solid.
His rump is frozen solid, he says. I guess he is small enough for the snow to reach his ass. Makes sense.
The New West is rife with liars.
What? How did I miss? I don't know what keeps interrupting me, but fucking heal. Dude, just hit something, Wukong man.
Not too quick with that.
Oh, it's the fucking wind attack they keep doing, I guess, that just hits me and interrupts everything that I do. It's so weird, because it doesn't have a sound effect, the wind stuff they do. So it's kind of hard to tell.
Wait. You won't eat me, will you? I was on a treasure hunt, but I ended up being the hunted. I owe you my life, sir. I'll share the treasure with you once I find it. Say, why is there nothing but Yaoguais in this so-called Buddha's realm? Can I look to you to save me again, sir, if they come back? Green without, round and sweet. Red within, a summer treat. Where can I find something like that in this frozen land?
Okay, well, I gotta find something for this guy. Bluebridge Romance Drinks. It's not a key item. What is that then? Oh, it's in a flask. Also increases movement speed. I don't really know if I care so much about that. Decent for just traveling, I guess, but I don't know. I think in terms of these types of boss-focused games, I tend to always go with the option that makes the most sense in a boss fight. So I'll just always have something that gives me more like defense or something that's practical against the boss. Looks like this might be just leading. Yeah, it's just leading me back. Okay. So I need to find something for that guy. I already forgot the riddle he was saying, so I'll just hope. I just gotta hope that I'll just run into it. Now I'll just go for the main path, because I think the main path and the other path I was looking at by the skeleton, snake skeleton, was probably connected, or they were probably not connecting somehow. What? He knocked me out of my transformation. Holy shit. Dude, these guys are brutal. I don't know what's with these guys, but they do so much damage. And they're not hard to, or pretty hard to dodge. And I can't outrange him either. He's fucking rough. Absolute nightmare to deal with those guys. Toa, stop.
Easy are you. Where the path narrows, danger lurks.
Got another safe spot. I was about to say, is there really nothing here, but got chests.
The chill.
My alarm is going off. Give me a second. Yeah, I wanted to go back here and check real fast. Because I feel like this little pathway that I saw is just something I'm gonna forget if I don't take a look at it now. So I'm just gonna rush over, not spend too much time killing enemies again, and see if this is just a quick little chest or something, or if it's actually something more. Because it could just be nothing. No, it seems like it probably just leads to the same path, if I had to guess. I still need to go back and upgrade my flask. Would probably be a good idea.
An enclosure lies there. You go take a good hard look for me.
A what lies there? Enclosure. Well, I think I know what that means. I don't know what he means by it. And now back here. Alright, perfect. I don't want to deal with that guy again. Then I can explore without worry, because now I'm pretty much back to just having one path. Not the most peaceful meditation spot, but I'll just skip this. I think the meditation spots are fine, but sometimes I would just rather explore the areas myself. Like sometimes they will show you what, like an area that comes next. I don't really want to see that. I'll enjoy it while killing things. A new formula. Damn. Did I just get 2 sparks like that? Why did I get so many? So fast. Right. I want to grab another one here. So I can do tactical retreat again. I don't know if I like the last part of the thrust stance very much. This could be sweet. Getting more focus back. Yeah, grants massive focus upon seeing through. Seeing through and hitting. The wording is so strange in some of these. I know what it means, but I feel like you could put it in a way that makes a bit more sense. Oh, I think seeing through, like, do they mean... I'm still not sure what that even means. Because that hasn't been in any of the tutorial stuff. Root stamina cost. Oh, that's really cool. So you can still do the combos, it just doesn't do as much damage. I kind of like that. Because it makes it a bit more fun in terms of gameplay options. Let's do this one. That's kind of nice. Can almost use it like a parry. If you time it well, immobilize them as they're attacking. Can do some extra big damage. Sounds good to me. I've been here. Now, where am I again? Oh yeah, this is where I... Okay, never mind. That's the cave, so this is the way I gotta go. I lost my sense of where I was for a second. It's kind of wild to me how big the chapters are. Red hair Yaksha. Cool.
I need a rest. That pavilion looks like a good place.
Yes. Kind of very convenient. For there to be, Oh, he's back.
Oi, kid. You look suspicious. What kind of Yao Guai are you?
I'm looking at that Buddha over there. See his belly button? It's so big. Me and you, we look way smaller.
Buddha? Where is it?
You see no Buddha because you think no Buddha. No thought, no sight.
I, the sacred gourmand, saw enough Buddhas before you were born. Foolish brat. You didn't see that coming, did you?
True hearts find their path, and the Buddha is on that path. Why not worship with a true heart? The path might just show itself.
Worship my hoof. Visit temples, kneel to figures. You tell no black from white. That's my master. I am fed up with all these skin-deep rites.
No true heart, the path is sealed. With true heart, it's revealed.
Before I do that, I'm gonna just finish what's happening in this area.
Ah, I get it now. 4 Buddhas, that boy said. Ah, there must be 4 Buddhas to worship. Loony monk, can't reason with him.
Gotta find 3 more then. I need to just simply check and figure out. Well, I don't actually have to figure out anything. What I need to do before I think I want to end this stream, which is not gonna be anytime soon, I think. I'll at least play for like an hour or 2 more before I go make dinner, but I want to finish this chapter. At least. So if I haven't done that by that time, I definitely am going to finish that at least. Alright, that was it, I guess. No more stuff over here. Gotta go back down the other way. Could have given me a shortcut back down, game. Because with there not being any shortcut down makes me feel like it's... I don't know, it makes me feel like there's still more to see.
Why the rush? Try looking around. To see a Buddha, one must hold the Buddha in one's heart.
That was probably a Buddha up there.
Why the rush? Try looking around.
Do I have to find all the Buddhas in this area? Because if that's the case, there's definitely one I missed up there. There's no way. I also don't know if I have to find them in specific orders. Maybe that's the case. Oh, this one down here was very easy to find first.
Just go through the motions, boy. Who knows if it's true or not? That little monk was speaking riddles.
So that makes it 2. This is gonna be the third one.
Back when we journeyed to the New West, our master took it from Mount Lingshan. He visited and kneeled to every figure until Yellowbrow captured him. I'm not my master.
Little guy's great. He's got fire.
They should have treated their guests. Now we're on our own. White Knight!
So there wasn't a Buddha up there, after all. Only down here.
What's that sound? That little monk's up to his tricks once more. Worship my hoof. Let's go back.
Still, though, kind of makes me feel like that up there is going to be the main path, then.
Chubby one, we've done the rites. Where's the path?
The path? Isn't it always there?
Don't you trick me, you bald, pot-bellied brat! All I'm seeing are mountains, no path at all.
He sees wisely with faith. You are daft without it.
Cut your nonsense! You must be that trickster himself, fooling us all along! Take my rake!
Why so rude? I didn't force you to kneel. Throwing a tantrum at your age? Shame on you!
You brat! Save your stupid path. I'll borrow one myself! You go on first. I'll meet you at the summit.
Man, everyone has their teleportation, turning into sand and wind. Well, I got on my legs. Gotta learn some kind of transformation that could get me around a little faster, Wukong. So the statue just moved. Never mind, it didn't. Oh, something here moved, I guess. It made stairs. This is very steep. Who built this? It's not very practical. I will say, for a very linear game, like, they definitely didn't skip out on any corners in terms of making, like, really cool environments, very different environments. For this being their first game, they certainly had budget. Goddamn. But I believe they made mobile games before, so I don't know if they made any popular ones, but if they did, they probably got the money.
One monkey dead, and another shows up. The face of the destined one. It will fit me just as well.
He was not interested in fighting anymore. Pretty cool boss, I would say, though. But short. As he kind of just ran away. Big slam. Damn, what's that gonna look like when you have 4 focus points then? Did I unlock my 4th focus point? I might actually not have. Am I stupid? No, I did. So that is the 4th one. Damn, I kind of want to see all the big 4th upgraded versions of the attacks then. So that's pretty sweet. That definitely did damage. As it should.
The reason starts now!
That's a pretty fun boss. Meditate. Grab a spirit. What do you do? Poison related, I guess? Kind of, yeah. I'll try this one for a bit. I do need to upgrade them as well. I kind of keep forgetting about that. You can cultivate the spirits. I legitimately keep forgetting about it. I need to do that next time I get to a rest spot. Oh yeah, that golden bitch is back. Valley of Ecstasy. This place is gonna be great. Yeah, so I do like... I don't know if this one is actually worth upgrading, because I haven't tried it yet, but the spinny guy... Yeah, the fungi man is actually kind of nice. Moderately increase the recovery speed of my... I'm gonna upgrade this guy. Let's just try and fully upgrade one here. Actually, I won't, because I need different material for that. That's the not of voidness. Okay. Not of voidness. Still really funny. Who's this guy? Oh no, the shadow glitching. Just make it stop. So, I am guessing the other paths would lead down here as well, because I thought it was just taking a quick little short like side path. God damn it. These my fucking things. Why are you still here in the snow? They started being in the prison. Since then they've been assholes. I guess it's just this whole chapter. I definitely did not expect chapters to be as long as this one has been.
Kind sir, pause your steps and heed my story. I was a fox guy who practiced to become one of the humans. One day, I was foraging for food and found myself caught in a hunter's trap. A young scholar saved me and kept me in his home to let me heal. I couldn't move, yet my heart swelled with gratitude.
That's the story.
I thought I could aid him in his career in return for saving my life. Little did I foresee that following a dream, he would take my life. My soul lingered, yet he left without a trace. I sought tirelessly, only to find he had become a monk in the new Thunderclap Temple. I beg you, sir, to take my fur and wear my form, confront him and calm my sorrowful heart.
Cool.
He's hiding in the side hall of the temple. Kind sir, will you lead me to him?
I don't know where the temple is though, but I guess we're going this way. I don't want to skip all the loot though. Can I retransform? I have no fucking idea where that temple is. Oh, we got a big boy. He's stumbling. Oh my god, just being near him does that shit. Do I have... Yes. Oh no. That was a big area. Yo, chill, man. Oh man, not again. Get me out. I actually got poisoned again. Alright, cool. Old Ginsengwai. I'll probably be able to summon a bunch of the small ones, I guess. If I had to guess. Another drink. Let's take care of all of these guys. Might as well just for the materials. Someone cold. Ah, it's a dude over there. Okay.
It's freezing here.
I also still think I'm forgetting about a dude I had to do a quest for at where the turtles threw me off. What did he need again? Some kind of summer fruit? Some shit like that. I'll go back to him eventually as well. Oh, is it this guy, actually?
It's freezing here. Fire. I need fire.
I think I understand. Let me swap spell to the Ring of Fire here. No, not you.
It's freezing here. Fire. I need fire. I would be dead if it weren't for you. No more frost now.
No more frost, he says as he sits in the snow.
I heard that Buddha planted watermelons here hundreds of years ago. One bite grants prolonged
So that's
life.
his no, it's not.
Yes.
Well, I don't know if it is,
The cold bites all around without your
but
powerful
Susanoo
spells.
is Japanese mythology,
no way
where
I
this
can
is mainly
find it.
Chinese. Well, it is Chinese.
Someone once saw a chubby boy jump from the cliff with a watermelon in his arms. He rushed to the edge of the cliff but saw no movement down there. Seemed like certain death. But suddenly, he heard the boy laughing from beneath, on and on. Bewildered, he fled from the cliff. This story may offer a clue for my treasure hunt. Maybe the watermelons were planted under the cliff. Don't let me keep you, sir. I will leave by myself when I feel warm enough.
So, I don't think this was the same guy. This was the guy I saved, I think. And that was the other guy who wanted some kind of fruit. No, that's the same guy. Shit. I don't know. Yeah, Wukong is, I don't know, he's actually kind of just chill, I guess. He's not really the big aggressor. Though, to be fair, I don't really know what our motivation is at the moment. Because he doesn't speak. Already, I mean, technically know that we were betrayed. Like, we were screwed over by the dude in the beginning of the game, who I believe is Erlang Shen. So Erlang is obviously a part of this. And Erlang Shen is kind of an asshole. At least in this game. With or without head. Erlang is with head. And a dog. You think of Xing Chen. Yeah, Xing Chen is not, at least yet, in this game. But I mean, he could also be, eventually. Got one of these burp men. I also have to go back to the fox, I think. I'm getting slightly tired of this area for the simple reason that it's just all snow. A lot of fucking snow, and I've been dealing with these fucking zombie guys for fucking hours on end. The snow area is overstaying its welcome, I will admit. I'm back here. To the beginning of the gate. Can I still do this? I fucking hope I can. No. Dude, how do the transformations work? Because I want to complete that quest. Oh, got a new outfit. Cool. It's got chill resistance, but besides from that, I guess there's not really any reason for me to use it. Yeah, I knew it. He smells a few of the small ones. Okay. Not really interested in that. I think they're pretty weak. Okay, well. I hope I still get to complete that stuff, even though I'm no longer transformed. Fuck off. Wukong should also be have a passenger, considering the weapon used was taken from him. Yeah, that makes sense. I've met one dragon so far, but it definitely wasn't Wukong, as far as I know. But that's the thing, Journey to the West isn't necessarily Chinese mythology, like straight up. It was a story based off of Chinese mythology, right? It wasn't actually Chinese mythology. I have no clue. It's just speculation on my end. Because it was just a novel written, right? I'm just gonna make sure I didn't miss anything down here. Because this seems to be more of a side thing, now that I've been in the other areas. Was there anything all the way over here?
This story may offer a clue for my treasure hunt. Maybe the watermelons were planted under the cliff. Don't let me keep you, sir. I will leave by myself.
I don't think there was anything else over here. Oh, I missed this completely. I'm glad I went back. Oh yeah, I don't think I went this way. Looks like a mini-boss. Or just a bird. Could also just be a bird. That does happen sometimes. What? No, you didn't. Dude, Jesus Christ, alright. I didn't have any healing, so... But that did a lot of damage too. I can't wait to see a Goku skin for Wukong. Yeah, the problem is that Wukong inspired so much, don't know what's mythology and what are random tales. Is it kind of the same thing? I think mythology probably goes into that a lot these days. So it's probably not just Chinese mythology that has happened to. God of War has also given a lot of people a very different perspective on Norse mythology than it actually is. Damn it. It's fucking zombies. Yeah, I don't want to kill all of them again. Like, fuck that. They're probably pretty slow anyway, right? Yeah, I'm gonna ignore them. I just gotta kill the Birdman and loot the stuff behind him, and that's it. I do wonder though, like we obviously saw it in the beginning of this game, but I do wonder if we get to actually fly on Nimbus. So we know Wukong has it. It might be something we're allowed to use at some point. I don't know how it would work though, because this obviously is not an open world game, so we probably won't be able to. But still, that would be cool. I'm just gonna go up this way again. Yeah, I mean, God of War, I mean, for sure, but I just mean, like, what was actually, you know, like, Norse mythology in terms of, you know, how they looked, who they were, how they supposedly behaved in terms of, you know, the actual mythology, is different in God of War. For not all, but some. I mean, also how they looked, all that stuff, you know? Oh yeah, I have this shit now. Oh, it also charges up my stuff. That's kind of cool. One of the funniest things with transformations is that it changes the music, depending on what you transform into. It's so cool. Circle of Fire can definitely be cool, because it gives you a place to essentially heal and charge up stuff, and you can actually kind of use this really well with the poking, or the thrusting stance. Because you can just keep charging up and keep poking while standing inside of it. Yeah, Wukong also brings a lot of the idea of God of War. It does, yeah. Yeah, playing as Wukong is almost like... It would almost be as if they made a game where you played as Loki in God of War. Wish they could, I guess, at this point, but... It's interesting, that's for sure. I'm very happy with this game so far. Like, if anything, I see slightly what some reviewers said, that it was slightly repetitive. I can definitely see that. I wouldn't say that gameplay is repetitive for me, it's just the zones. The zones are definitely a little repetitive for me as of right now. But it's only been this zone so far. Like this whole snow area, or chapter 3 I guess. Like, I've been streaming for 3 hours and 30 minutes now. As well as a lot of the time yesterday in chapter 3. This chapter is so gigantic. And all of it is snow. I'm tired of looking at snow. I like snowy areas in games, but not if it's the only thing I see for hours. I like variety. Okay, well, this is probably potentially the temple the fox was talking about. But now I no longer have the fox with me. I hope I do, though. Well, I'm pretty sure he just told me. They can still enter it? I thought they couldn't. Those guys are really annoying if there's more than one of them. Because they jump around quite a lot. And they don't get staggered easily. There's a big guy here. I know there is another path, but fuck it, I'm just gonna go with this way at this point. He throws stuff at me. Great. Thank you, iframes. Fall over, big man. Oh, I thought he fell over. He didn't. No, dude, how did it miss? Damn it. Okay, fine. Transform. And step them. Damn, that did no damage to him. Dude. Sometimes I kind of hate that the transformations will just lock you in place and you can still just take damage. That's so silly. I transform and I instantly died. Because you're just stuck in place. You need to wait for their animations to play out. It's either that or it needs to be faster. Dude, I'm all the way down here. Fuck me. Just gonna run all the way up then. Not really too far away, at least. Yeah, because that's down there. That's where I went before. That leads to that place, but that doesn't look like it leads anywhere else, so I think I'm on the main path at the moment. I'll grab another shrine, so I can always teleport back, but I think for now I'm just gonna keep going this way. Because I found a shrine on the off path, Jesus Christ. So I can just teleport back to the side path. Oh yeah, I also need to swap this shit back, because I need to mobilize. I don't fucking need this ring of bullshit, it's so bad. What a waste of a flask. Sad.
You need a loyal friend.
Lucky they grouped up a bit for that. So I'm not seeing how my OBS is looking. There we go. Dude, fucking hell. I cannot get the timing right on that. Dude, fucking hell. What was that, Wukong, man? That is some horse shit. Big guy. Didn't drop nothing though. But his model is still... Okay, there we go. Model is still laying there. Invisible. Something over there. Hello? Is that just one of those again? It's gonna wake up. Or is it gonna be... Oh, it's a key item, huh? The Spirit of Captain Void Illusion. Dude, that's a funny name. So what was the other guy called? It was also Captain something. The actual boss. I like them. Funny names are important. They leave an impression. I gotta swap back to immobilize. I don't like that ability. It's just not as satisfying to use. I also don't know if I like this spirit very much. I even upgrade so high, but I feel like it doesn't really do much. Like, this dude is so high level now. It doesn't create... Oh, they have equipped effects. Maybe I should have looked at that. That would actually be super useful. So, keeping him just for the crit might actually just be worth it. This screams a bit like a boss to me. So I'm gonna go back to the second path and finish that one up real fast. Yeah. Just in terms of where the travel point is as well. Makes me feel like it's not the main path. Hey, Huntsman. What's special about the Wukong game that everyone is discussing it? What's special about it? I mean, it came out of nowhere is one thing, even though it has obviously been shown for a long time. People didn't expect it to be as fun as it is. They just hoped for it, I suppose. It's very God of War mixed with like a Souls game. I think, if anything, it's just that it's something new and fresh that people are really excited about. Not to mention, obviously people talk about the insane player numbers, but 70 or 80% of those numbers come from China. So it's just really, really, really big in China, even though it is really big over here in the West as well. It is just because it's gigantic in China. Because is it something new and completely insane? No, not really. Like, it's not as insane as something like Elden Ring or I think Baldur's Gate. But is it very good? Yes, absolutely. And it's very cool. I mean, aesthetically, it's something we haven't seen before, really. Or at least in a very long time with Chinese mythology or just Journey to the West. Very, very cool aesthetic. Gameplay super fun and satisfying. It's just kind of a whole package. And it's not super difficult, so it's a bit more accessible as well for people who may not be into super difficult games. Like, I'm not gonna say that it's easy. It's easy for someone who is used to hard games, but if you're not used to hard games, it might still be pretty hard for you. Say Skyrim on Chinese. It's not open world, so there is that. It's not open world game. It is a zone by zone based game. It's very much structured like the new God of War games or like a Dark Souls game. It has that type of level design. Dude, this guy's hands are bound. He's gonna fuck me up with these things. It does some very cool mechanics, like because you play as the Monkey King Wukong, you have transformations. As an example, I can turn to this dude, for example. Damn it, stop kicking me. Dude, this guy's shitting on me. Use ult to heal. You can actually no, I don't have a cloud ability, I think. Dude, no, he had a second face. This guy's actually kind of hard. Damn. Alright, I'll take him more serious next time. I kind of tried to just get a cool kill, but then it turned out he had a second phase. Yeah, no worries, Bengus. Go sleep, man. From yesterday and today, doing 24 and 16 hours of work. Yeah, man, go take a break. Absolutely, go take a break. You shouldn't be here, like, for my sake. Like, I'm doing fine, no worries. I'm just chilling, having a good time. Wait, where am I going? Just actually not being able to watch the streams. Yeah, it's alright, man. Like, your own mentality and your health takes priority. Don't worry about it, dude. Take care of yourself. And, like, maybe you're not into VODs, but, like, there's still the YouTube channel. If you're interested, I upload as fast as I can the previous VODs. So, if you're interested, you can just check the YouTube channel. Stuff will be there. Trying to dodge that. Dude, he does so much damage. Dude, also, there's an invisible wall, which is kind of horse shit. I tried to dodge backwards, did not work. Just seeing him, just not being able to actually see him. Yeah, no worries. It's alright. Sometimes life is gonna take you in a direction that is busy and it sucks, but you just gotta remember that it is hopefully only for a short period of time. And right now, I'm mostly focusing on this Wukong game anyway. The next thing that I will be looking at, obviously, is going to be Smite 2. When Smite 2 comes out, that will obviously be the main game that I'll be trying to play as much as I can. Damn it. But he's in the air for a long time there. It's not that easy to read. It's kind of annoying. Wait, what the fuck is that? Is he hitting or not? I can't tell.
I aid the miserable, not the wretched.
Dude, he does so much damage. Okay, that was a very long range shockwave. Yeah, do watch stream because I enjoy it. I appreciate it. Smite 2 being released 1 week after Wukong release is bad. Yeah. Well, the thing is, Wukong game is primarily gigantic in China. So I don't think it's that bad. It's obviously really big here too, as I mentioned, but yeah. What I think is worse, honestly, is that I mean, it's just honestly kind of a busy period in general, because the World of Warcraft expansion released in early access today. And officially it does the 26th as well. So that's kind of rough as well. Like a big MMO is releasing, basically. One day before Smite too. But once again, it's only in early access, so I think the majority of people are probably waiting for the full release of Smite 2, if they're even interested in playing it, and not the early release version. Because, like, right now you have to pay to play it. A lot of people don't want to do that. It is fundamentally a free game. So people are just waiting for the actual release. It's only the big nerds like me, and all the other, like, Smite addicts, who's actually gonna pay their way into it. I think the average casual player won't do that. Do I have to deal with this, guys, to proceed? I guess it's just optional, actually. Maybe this is all it is. Huh. Let me use my sparks. I realized I have some. Might be able to make a difference here. Yeah, let's grab this one. Alright, so stamina is fully upgraded now. Martial arts could be nice. Don't care about that. Alright, and that one's good. Dude, stop kicking me! Dude, I feel like I'm pressing the dodge. Like, this guy's attacks are kind of shitty. I hate how the hitbox work on these. Like, real bad. I like how the second dimension is not that hard. Some bosses are somewhat difficult, but the general is not that bad. This guy's an absolute asshole. And I don't actually like the fight. His hitboxes are so weird. They feel straight up cheap. And he tracks the absolute shit out of you. Dude, what? I thought I was in animation then. Pretty clean first round there. Just go full smorg on him. Okay. That was a terrible idea. Dude. I hate this. I hate this. I did fuck up though. I chose a really stupid time to try and summon my clones. I just got fucking grabbed for no reason. The second that phase begins, I have to get the fuck away from him, spawn my clones, and see if I can create a good scenario for me there. I think I'm pretty much sure I have this boss, because the first phase is pretty easy if I can stun lock him like I did like before. Then it's not too bad. I got him this time. He's done. You better not fucking follow. I'm not dealing with you while dealing with the boss.
Evil reign.
Fall back a bit. Yeah, I don't like the hitbox on that guy. It's honestly probably one of my least favorite bosses so far. Normally I feel like some bosses can definitely be a bit hard to read, but that guy's... I don't know. Just the way he was designed, I guess. Like, he had a roar that did damage, as well as just... I don't know. I guess it's kind of hard for me to explain, but the boss flow of that guy just didn't feel good to me. Can I get up there? I will give it credit for being one of the few bosses that make me actually lock in. I had to lock in and focus on that guy. Because he did a lot of damage. Actually, you know what? That might be the problem. I think some bosses has probably been kind of as weird as him, but he just did so much damage that made it almost unfair and like not as fun to play. Uh-oh. This feels like it's not good. That worked out. Where am I? Oh, I'm just over here. Okay. Seems like I might be able to go down. I was legitimately planning an end my stream around here, but as mentioned, I'm not stopping until this chapter is done. I can't believe it is still going. I feel like I'm nearing the end though, with what has happened so far. What the hell is this? Dude, what is this? Huh. Well, this feels like a secret. It's definitely not more down there, it seems. Alright, what is this then? I should probably rest. Knowing this game, this might be a boss. Oh?
Time and again I tested you, and I saw nothing but gullible goodness. Our brother does misjudge as well. It requires no effort to trick you. You will never be the destined one. Let me help you end your sorry life.
Oh, good. Bad dodge. Are we just doing this forever, or okay?
Why try those amateur tricks again?
Interesting. Might not be able to use the same trick twice. That'll be interesting.
Hardly a fair fight.
Could you just fucking stand still though? Holy shit, this person doesn't fucking stop moving.
Can't see it coming. Stoke the fire. face.
Not a bad boss, I think. Slightly annoying because it moves so much, which I generally don't really like. The bosses do. It's a little much.
If you
Not
have
bad.
bring them on.
Oh, I forgot about that already. Like, this phase is kind of boring and as shit. It just does too many times. And I don't think I can hit him while it's happening. It's easy enough to dodge, but like... I don't like this part for some reason. Just because it's kind of cool and unique.
Can't see it coming. Why try those amateur tricks again?
Didn't say defeated.
Foolhardy.
But,
Nothing more. I've done as our brother asked. Till we meet again.
Okay. I'm kind of glad you didn't have a second phase. Found the watermelons.
Your faith has led you here. Rest easy. You won't find those noisy chantings and pain screamings here.
A lot of the side content also seems to have cutscenes, which I think is really cool. I'm pretty sure this is completely optional.
Nice, ripe melon. Want a bite? It's better than you think. Sun Wukong used it to trick that disciple of mine. Come. Come closer. Now you've found this place, I'll teach you a trick neither of them knows. Your hand.
Spellbinder. Bind spells, vessel transformation, souls, skills to enhance attack, focusing soul and martial arts to subdue enemies. Huh, I need to see that. That sounds weird. But potentially really cool.
Spellbinder. It hurts no foe, but binds yourself. You'll come to understand its use. An old friend of Sun Wukong came to me, wanting some peace. I led him to the Great Pagoda. Have you paid him a visit? They say you are the destined one. But if destiny is set, what difference do our actions make?
My fucking mask gets me every time. I'm looking at Wukong, he looks cool. Then that fucking mask shows up when it gets to my actual outfit. Interesting. Let me take a look at this. I also got something different here. What did I get again? Right. This asshole. What does he even do? That's so fast and so weird. Take form, let loose a flurry of punches and kicks. But at least the demo doesn't show any of that. Weird. Oh, so it's... Okay. It's another one of these. 90-second cooldown though. An offensive spell activated by slapping the character written on the palm against the chest. Considerably enhances attack. While active, the character emits continuous glow, binding the use of any other spells, vessel transformation, souls. When confronted with a middle foe capable of restricting spellcasting, this... Okay, so it's kind of like when spells and shit isn't worth it, you just buff yourself by nerfing yourself, in a sense. You make yourself, like, physically very, very strong. So, okay, I could see that being useful for sure. You can also use it to cleanse status effects, that's cool. Also recovers health after successfully performing Spellbinder. Okay. Stamina cost. Each talent level slightly increased the ratio of mana converted to attack. Huh. Spellbinder depletes stamina, but massively increases critical strike. It sounds interesting, but not something I'm immediately drawn to. Alright. Nothing more here, I think. But now that I found the watermelons, I imagine I can go back to the dude. Wherever he is now. Not you. Also not you. Where was he again? He was... here? Maybe? Like, he wanted the Ring of Fire. I wonder if he's still in that Ring of Fire. If he isn't, then... I imagine I'll meet him somewhere else then. Yeah, it looks like he's gone. Okay. I'll probably meet him somewhere else then. Alright. Then I'll just continue. I definitely feel like I'm reaching a point where I should be meeting the final boss, because I've been in so many fucking rest spots now. Like, this place it's just been the biggest so far. There are a million rest spots here. Oh, I forgot some will here. Am I framing the camera? No, I'm not. Maybe a little bit, actually. At least in OBS. I don't know if that's actually... always been the case. I hope it hasn't. Could also just be on my end. I see some will down there, but I'm pretty sure that's where... yeah, that's where that thing is. I don't really need every single little piece of will, so that's fine. You get will everywhere. Alright. I'll rest again, because the assholes hit me. Then I think it's time to just proceed. I'm also getting hungry. As per usual. Around this time. So I do want to... I don't want to use the phrase get it over with. Motherfucker. Dude, I just lost the health that I rested for. The lightning is very cool to signify the extra damage on consecutive hits. Okay, yeah, so this was not just a boss that I'm going into. Probably pretty close though. Over there seems to be more temple, so I'm gonna go this way first. But sometimes these guys wake up instantly and sometimes they don't. I'm bad at dodging them in time. With this thing. It's a lot of health. Ow. Not sure what exploded. I did see the hammer they used was on fire. Or something. How long is this path? Where am I? Wait. I'm just all the way back here, so... Could I have just kept going to get there that fast? Dude, you could rush this game super fast, couldn't you? There's no way, right? This isn't just the beginning. No. No, I don't think so, actually. Man. I really do feel this game was not made for multiple enemies. You pretty much only have single target stuff. Like sometimes you're lucky when you do like a big smash or something and it will hit both. Or like two enemies close to each other, but for the most part it really does not feel too good playing against two enemies. Got another Birdman and a big dude again. Missed. You missed, man. Fucking believe it. Alright, then I can try the other path as well. At this point I'm pretty sure they lead the same way anyway. But I can just make sure. I don't care about you, Birdman. Oh, well, no, they definitely don't lead the same way then. Because that is the temple. Okay, I'm going back then. I mean, they probably do lead the same way, but I don't think this path leads up to the giant. more like the giant way will end up going back to that temple. So I'll just sprint up to the giant. I do wish for cases like this, even if it had a pretty long cooldown, I just wish they had some kind of transformation that could just make you move a bit faster. Because they're running... You run pretty far sometimes. They're not that many. Shrines. I think they're finely placed. It's not horrible in any way, but... Now I have to run all the way back. Actually, he's right there. So never mind. It's only because I ran all the way to the side. I take everything back. Damn. Bonk. What was that I got? Gold spike something? Oh, what did I get? I need a recent tab, like they added an Elden Ring. Huh. Yeah, that's what the Captain Wise voice. Forgot what the captain's name was before. Huh. Was it equipment? Is that why? Oh yeah, okay. That's me being stupid then. Considerably increases defense, deals damage to surrounding enemies upon taking hits. They're kinda sweet. That's kinda sick, actually. That's actually kinda sick. I'll take that over max mana for now. Oh, I lost a lot of mana. Actually, did I? Maybe I did. Looks like that is it. Or is it? Maybe something over there. But I think it's safe to assume that the temple is the wolf guy. Or the fox guy, who ended up just... It's legitimately such a fucked up story. That dude had a dream. A very, very good dream. Until it ended really badly, and he simply just fucking killed the fox. That's so fucked up. Oh, it's that thing again. I don't need to spend any more time with that. I'm going back. Back to the shrine. Let's do this. I still don't fully understand with the fox thing. Because it was so far away. One quest wants you to turn into the fox and travel with the fox there. But you aren't able to do it again. It's kind of like with the cicada in the very beginning of the game. I don't understand the way they introduce the transformations, and they just don't let you do it again. It's weird. Because as far as I know, it's just not an option at all. Dude, I can't believe I'm not even halfway through the game yet. Just looking at, and I guess knowing the relics. I mean, what, 6 relics overall, and I've gotten 2. I don't want to fight, man. You have too much fucking health. It's a waste. Just give me a shrine up here, that'd be great. That's certainly ominous. Is it beating like a heart? Kalpa wave. That was definitely easy. Kind of felt like the Giants was like a warm-up for this one. Got all the spirit for the captains. Alright, just another captain for my collection. There's some very big doors, but it was also a very big pair of legs. It's a big area for that to be just nothing. At least give me something, man. Just a small chest or just a little bit of will, but no. Nothing. I'll just go forward then. New Thunderclap Temple. Do have a shrine. Man, I don't want one of these things. Fucking hell. Turtle? So dude bro standing over there. We'll check the other side before I go down there though. Oh, it's just one of those guys again. It's a bit framey here. Nothing too bad though. Life-saving pill. Damn it. This area is, like, in terms of scale, is so big, which does make sense, because, I mean, the guard dog was pretty big, even if it's just a pair of legs. That being said, it also means the areas are pretty big and not necessarily empty, but like this is a pretty big open space with not a whole lot happening. Aesthetically, it's very cool though. will stand by it. There's too many of these things in the game. At this point, I expect them to be, like, when it's a flower, I expect it to be these guys, no longer just a normal flower. It's actually insane, there's too many of them. 50% of flowers in this game is just a mimic. For lack of a better term. I really don't think when you're the boss version of this enemy. I disagree, game. Dude, stop being frozen. Holy shit. I don't understand how this frozen thing is happening. I took damage from that without... Jesus Christ. This enemy is one of the worst in the game. By a pretty large margin. I hate them. They have such bad hitboxes too. It's kind of like the fist or kicking guy. And sometimes there's no sound effect on when you get hit from their attacks, which is incredibly bad. I guess before I go over there again, I actually want to see, because... maybe it just closed here. I saw someone standing over here. Oh, it's just the caster guy. Wheel. Is that it then? I don't even want to take these fucking plants anymore. It's a waste. So it definitely doesn't seem to be closed. What are you doing? Why are you standing here, huh? Damn it. I'm pretty sure I'm pressing the damn button. Pretty sure I was pressing dodge at least the first 2 times correctly. I'm not sure if I was stuck in animation or something. Right. Maybe I can go where I was before from here? It does seem like I probably can, yeah. There's stairs over there.
No faith, but what?
Jesus Christ. What? I was behind him. Alright, kind of horseshit on that one. I don't need to kill every enemy. Dude, what the fuck is that over there? It's a 4-legged dude. A little bit overkill. Not what I wanted to press, but no problem. I'm gonna go back over here first. I kind of forgot what I died to before.
It's the eyes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm stuck in animation against these guys. Yeah, because I'm definitely pressing the button. But they attack somewhat fast. Yeah, I'm just stuck in animation. That's really annoying. I think that's one of the few complaints I do have about the game as well, is that the weird auto-attack chain you do, like, press it once is fine, but the second one will do a big, like charge almost. Then it charges up a bit. I gotta press a bit faster to get this. Like the swing, and then he does this thing, where he swings it all the way around, and sometimes an enemy will hit you faster where that animation just doesn't finish. You just kind of get hit for no reason. I think think down there is where I died. No, that's where I was. Yeah, I forgot what I died to. Completely. Where did I go? Right, I went somewhere else completely. I went over there somewhere. Yeah, I went this way, didn't I? That was something else? Yeah. I don't really have a whole lot of healing left for this. Oh, I don't have stamina, that's why it's not doing the fucking thing. Yeah, I'm not, at least I can skip almost everything here instead of having to explore. Oh yeah, this guy I died to. Shit. Do we have some kind of shrine nearby though? That would be nice. There's a bunch of these guys as well. Alright, fuck it. I'm just gonna try. I don't have any healing. Dude, that does so much damage even to this dude. I barely got anything out of that. Dude, the slow on this is insane. I don't know what to do about it. Locked in. I'm waiting for my stun. Dude, stuff like that right there. You dodge and you attack and you're still just locked in animation. You can't do anything about it. Alright. Should be alright with more healing. I obviously went into that with no healing at all. I just gotta go straight there. Instead. Could you use one of those travel forms right now? Where's the wolf form when you need it? Or the horse? Give me a horse form. Get me out of this. Dude. Oh, this enemy. I think one of the problems with this enemy is that there's almost no charge up to what they do. It just suddenly does this, and then you just get slapped with a tentacle, and it does so much fucking damage. It's like there's no real build up to that he's about to hit you and how he's going to hit you. It's just it comes, tentacles just fucking pop out of him. Not a bad attempt, but I have to be a bit more careful. Especially in the beginning. Like, going full ham on him is fine, I think, but I need to not take too much damage when I do that myself. Because he does a bunch of AoE bullshit. Dude, he actually just got a one shot. That's horse. That's so bad. Like how? Being frozen also takes all your stamina? What the fuck, man? Finally, take him out, man. I hate that enemy. Huh. Gave me an ability, though. Idling a light of day by night, remorse comes out to play. Transform to monk from the sea. Okay, so I can turn into this asshole now. That might be really powerful. If I'm as OP as he is. And I'm just gonna run past these guys. I don't need to kill any more of them. I've taken care of enough. And now we're by the temple where I came in... Or at least I looked at. What the fuck, man? Oh my god, he's hitting me from here. Dude, no fucking way. Fuck off. Okay. Oh. Yes. Not a boss though, surprisingly. Dude, no fucking way, there's a fucking dude shooting from above. You have to be fucking kidding me, it's more than one. I don't want to hear anyone call this not a FromSoft game ever again. Because what the fuck is this bullshit? Like a FromSoft, a Souls-like. Only Souls-likes do this horse shit. I get it. You're here. Vaira? I don't think it's Vajra. But who knows? Got some armor out of him. Is it an upgrade though? No. It is not. I mostly care about the defense. The side effect is just a bonus. When I get hit, I don't want it to be, well, I want it to be as little as possible.
Shall crush some of this.
What just happened? That's not at all what I wanted to do. So why am I frozen? It's probably the fucking flower that hit me, I didn't realize it. Just a random shitty flower here with absolutely nothing else going on. Okay. I think it's time for me to leave this specific area alone. I need a rest, man. So badly. There's so many of these guys. There really does not need to be that many of them. Can't tell if there's anything of value in here. It's so bloomed. Yeah. Oh shit. I have so little health. And there's a big dude over there. Something tells me there isn't a shrine nearby. Yeah, I get it. I understand. There is a fuck ton of you guys. I just gotta try and build up focus and heal off of that, I guess. Oh my fucking god, that's another one of those tentacle guys. Dude, is he on the roof? What the fuck?
It's the eyes that see.
Oh, good. Okay, dude. Fucking hell, dude. There's so many of those guys, and they're not that easy. Shit, man. They didn't fucking hold back on it. Like, this area so far, just the overall snow area, has an insanely amount of reused enemies to a very not great effect, I think. I'm not gonna lie, it's not ruining the game for me, but it is taking it down a notch, I think, in my ranking. Cause holy shit. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I'm running past these guys. I need to save my healing. Because there's no shrine nearby. Alright, fine. I'm leaving. I'm just making sure I'm not missing any loot. And that's pretty much it. There's definitely gonna be something in there.
You're a good one. We should be friends.
Dude, there's no way the lightning comes indoors, right? I don't want to believe that the lightning can hit me in here, so
It's the eyes that see.
not too bad if you just take it really slow, because they pretty much only have like 3 moves. These guys don't see you right next to them, but holy fuck are they gonna see you if you're down there. Alright, now that they're taken care of. That was kind of silly. Waste of health. I'm gonna do these guys over here first. What is my reward for killing them though? I'm not doing it just for will. Which seems to be the case. I don't give a fuck about that. Yeah, hell no. That doesn't seem worth it at all. This kind of seems like it might be the way to go, though. Because there's like a bridge going over it past the wall. Oh, who's making noises, huh? This is not the path. It's just a formula, it seems. Then I'm glad I went here first. Huh. Didn't actually expect to be able to go out here, I'm not gonna lie.
If you can't
Dude, why is this place so big? Like, for real. How is it so big? And why? It's just all the same enemies. I'm getting really, really tired of this place. I saw the tree before. More lightning assholes. Oh, I got some will. I'll grab that, I guess. Dude, why am I freezing? The fuck? Like, is it just the snow that does it? I'm not sure what triggers it. Alright. I'll just continue then.
Once you enter the temple, you must kowtow.
I don't feel too incentivized to explore this place, I'm not gonna lie. So far, the biggest thing I've really gotten is, I mean, unless I see something actual, like an actual point of interest, like the big four-legged dudes. I'm not really seeing. I'm kind of just getting will. Alright, got a boss here, or an actual NPC.
The eyes are lured by sight, ears by sound, nose by odor, and tongue by
That doesn't look very
taste.
comfortable, man.
Every sense is ensnared by contact, yet the mind, based on the perception of all, differs from all. All six of them, tied to its kind amidst the mortal world, are unswayed by each other. The eyes are lured by sight, ears by sound, nose by odor, and tongue by taste. Every sense is ensnared by contact, yet the mind, based on the perception of all, differs from all. All six of them.
Okay. Nothing more to you, Mr. Monk?
The eyes are lured by sight. All six of them, tied to its kind. The eyes are lured by sight. Ears.
Yeah, Yeah, I'm not really picking anything up out of that. Could be a riddle to a secret, could be something else, I'm not really fucking sure. Alright, I did see the tree over here. Another four-legged dude. Considering one of them dropped gloves, hopefully they all drop a piece of loot. That could be kind of cool. That would give me some incentivization to actually explore, make sure I get all the pieces. Max stamina. Awesome. Nope, just will. Well, that is a disappointing reward. I don't like dealing with these guys, but let me log on, thank you. Alright, got a chest here as well. Damn, I missed that from before. When I killed the other guy. Alright, I'll go down and kill the powered up version of the four-legged dudes and see what happens. At this point I've kind of explored both sides of this place. Is there actually anything inside this building though? Because I don't think I checked. No. Just a way out. Yeah, so we got a powered up version of this. Might have to take this one pretty serious. wasn't really any harder than the other ones, I feel like. Usually they are. But yeah, he holds the spirit. I think that's pretty much it then. Proceed, I will. This place is so big. 2 giants? Great. Oh, good. Dude. Friendly Fire is pretty funny though. Dude, come on, man. Let me just hit something. He keeps fucking staggering him to the point where I have to fucking chase his ass. I forgot to explode. Right in the ass. What? Dude. Why? How did that miss? It was literally on him. That's so weird. Why, game? Oh. Screw it. These guys might be permadead, so I'm just gonna make sure I at least kill one of them. And that did it. Worked out in the end. I got this random lightning guy over here. Yeah, just one of the normal dudes. Just standing here alone. Just as a little annoyance in case you get too close to this wall, I guess, while fighting the giants. Then he's there to say fuck you. Like, while this is cool and all, it takes so long just to go from that, like, this building to this building. Just to figure out there's nothing there. There's probably gonna be something here, but... Watch there not be. I don't know about anyone, but I think a shrine would be pretty nice here. Game. I'm gonna take the main path here and simply hope there will be a shrine right up those stairs. Because it's been a pretty long time now, I feel like. Since the game has blessed me with a shrine. I do see there's some will in the background over there. I don't see anything but that though. So whatever. Oh, thank God. Because then I can just rest and go back down again. It's also getting pretty late. Like, this is already much later than I wanted it to go today. I didn't expect it to take more than 5 hours to get past this fucking chapter. Yeah, they're permitted. Good. Then I will just go deal with this guy, because there was some stuff behind him as well. I was legitimately thinking, if this wasn't going to take that long, I'm going to do some smite today as well.
You wanna be a monk?
Yeah.
Let's get used to hitting the ground.
Haha. His death animation decided not to go off, he got too shreked. Bye. He got so wrecked, he couldn't die normally. Nice. If I get the vibe that the next like big boss will be really difficult, I might just end it there, but I want to see it at least. I want to give it a shot. But I also don't want to spend like 30 minutes to an hour now on a boss. So I'll take a look. Also got some sparks to play with here. Probably just focus on some functionality stuff. I don't really use the spin all that much. I don't honestly care about it. Damage reduction during. This will help me a lot, because I keep taking a fucking hit when I do that. When stamina is depleted, a weaker light attack finisher can still be performed. That's kind of nice. Immobilize buffs here. Covers a moderate amount of mana upon crashing and demobilize the enemy. Mana regen is nice. That's very nice. Oh yeah, I got no helmet. Yeah, see no evil. Hear no evil, fear no evil. More easily triggers perfect dodge. I mean, that's very good. Because I get powered, I get an attack buff by perfect dodging. Also, still haven't actually really upgraded my transformations, which is so silly. And I think I'm gonna swap my transformation as well. Because I don't like the rat very much. And the explosion does very unsatisfying damage considering it's like a nuke. Do I always forget it? I don't even swap it here. No, I do. Yeah, never mind, I do, because it's a spell. Keep forgetting about it. And I don't know if Frost really hits... I mean, I assume it does, but the Frost would be really powerful on bosses, right? If it still stuns them. An ice sheet. Okay. Yeah, I'll just have to give him a shot. I think one thing that would have been nice with this being Wukong and all would be that like if transformations was a bigger part of combat, because they have such long cooldowns. In general, combat is mainly about the pole, which is also fine. I still think it's really cool, but in moment-to-moment combat, more transformations would have been cool. Like some abilities could have been a transformations-related thing. That would have been nice.
Ages ago, Jinjanza and I were peers. Ever questing with goodwill, he was. His nature made him question the supremacy of us beyond mortal woe and grief. He deemed all souls could be akin to us. Why then do we tower whilst others merely kneel and offer? He asked. I told him the others are less than us. His misstep cast him back into the endless cycle. Reborn, he drew 3 disciples. But what did they change? One ended up a corpse, others fugitives. He too took to the shadows. Pathetic. Those journeyers have misplaced their worship. Why bet on the sutra when one oneself can be a Buddha?
Right.
Kneel before the Buddha of the future.
Gold sign.
The pilgrim himself has come for my teaching. I shall meet you in combat, devoid of any relics, to see who prevails.
Damn, that's so cool.
The pilgrim himself has come for my teaching.
Yeah, I didn't think that was gonna be it.
Obstinate fool! My sack awaits
Ooh, that was a rough
misguided
spike.
souls like you. Enter within and find enlightenment.
I remember this shot from one of the trailers. It's a very cool shot. This monkey is back. And he's back as well. Hey. We're gonna be forced in the battle royale here.
Idiot! That trickster called you too! This wicked sack is much more vicious than before, nurturing such evilness! Yellowbrow must have woven Wukong's strength into it. That bastard! Join me! Let's fight our way out.
I remember what the Buddha said at the Wukong. They did not accept and I see. Nonsense!
Fight like two things! I'd rather not look.
Thou shalt kill, lest fury instill. Thou shalt stand a fair play in a fair. Thou shalt dust, for all love turn into dust. Thou shalt be boast for prestige and legacy. Thou shalt entrench unease. Thou shalt revel, find
Oh, you can get interrupted out of that so easily. Damn, that's unfortunate.
But not me!
Dude. The amount of time she gets stuck in animation is so annoying. That wasn't even that bad. I legitimately think I would have won that. But I wanted to summon, like, use what I had and fucking summon my clones, and no. You're gonna be stuck in animation for a long time, and then it did half my HP with that attack. That is insane how much damage that did. Okay, I'll give it one more shot. Because I don't actually think that's particularly difficult. It's more of an endurance fight, I think. And I was pretty much given everything back after the first part of the fight. So, that's also kind of, I guess, generous. Now you just get everything back. Oh, okay. Never mind, I guess. No need to do this for the first part again.
Making my disciple.
Dude, that should not be missable, man. Why is it missable?
You're like this.
Overall, I would say pretty easy. Probably the easiest of the final bosses. I think even the bear was... Actually, maybe not. It's probably just because I'm more experienced, but... I still kind of feel the bear was more difficult than even the monk. Sword?
Kill it. Do it.
Evil monkey?
Yes. Just like that. That's who you are.
Yeah, transformation, I guess. Makes sense.
Boy, don't get swayed.
Here, let me quench your thirst for blood.
It's pretty interesting.
All conditioned things are impermanent.
Can I just not kill them?
Be a butcher, then be a Buddha.
I'm just not gonna kill them.
To retaliate in kind, you must be of that kind. Now, you have introduced your karma in this site. Buddhahood, enlightenment. Such enlightenment surely would grant you.
Move! I'm sparing your lives, assholes. Go away.
The minds of the Buddhas are empty. Yours is
I'm not killing any of these.
deep upon your head as you find no escape in your suffering. An ultimate nirvana I shall grant.
At this point I kind of want to try and attack stuff though. Just to see.
The destined one. What a glorious.
Oh, this works.
I can see the channel. Leave but one hand upon my gut.
Bad time. Oh. Okay, nothing works.
Who granted your destiny? Sun Wukong? Only I know that.
Do I just keep hitting him, I guess?
Deceive me in sight and sound. How wide?
Is there some environmental stuff I have to look at? That's so cool visually. It really reminds me of Armored Core stuff.
Seek the land of bliss. There is only abyss. And your abyss is me. Walk the path of Buddha. Go within, not beyond.
I don't know what to do when he goes into gold. It seems to run out, I guess. But there's also this in the ground. Do I have to maybe just bait him into this?
You are allowed here only because I saw some promise.
Okay, I guess just keep hitting him. I can definitely do that.
Thou shalt revere, or thou wilt never cease here. Behold my Mahavira hall. How can Mount Lingsa match its magnificence?
We're getting shit in here, Wukong. Shape up, man.
I shall meet you in combat, devoid of any to see who prevails.
Man, he went gold. I guess I just have to juke. Now it doesn't seem to do any defensive if I hit him or not.
Who granted your destiny? Sun Wukong? Only I!
That did a lot of damage.
Fate was in your destiny. Not
Okay, I'm not really seeing a pattern in how to break the golden phase of his. Maybe the tell is the phrase he uses? Because I think the last 2 times he broke, he used the same sentence. Always during the same sentence.
the destined one.
Wait, if I'm golden as well, do I take damage?
I can see the struggle.
Yes, I do.
One hand upon my gun.
Oh, but if he... Oh, wait a second. Man, I didn't see it on the ground. I was in the middle of healing.
Chance is a lost one.
No, okay, So there's a pool of gold that followed him around in the beginning. And while I'm in that, I'm also gold, but that doesn't seem to do anything. I was thinking if I could go outside of that circle, maybe hit him with something where I'm not, when I'm not gold, maybe that would do it, but the circle went away, so that did not matter.
I shall meet you in his mind to see who prefers.
Let me just see if it goes away by itself if I don't do anything. Because I don't want to take unnecessary damage.
Receive me sight and sound. Oh,
Do I still gain focus by hitting him? So maybe that's it. Maybe I need focus attacks. I do, but not much.
flesh and bones are but a decaying form, focusing on the past. Who granted your destiny?
Yeah, he used the same sentence again. It's when he brings up the destiny thing.
Thou shalt not fear, or thou wilt never
Could just be
cease here.
coincidence.
Behold my
But also mean it's timed. If it's the same sentence.
It's magnificent!
I'm so hungry. I usually eat at 6.
No one to
It's a jump. It's also when he stands like that. It seems like he... becomes susceptible when he starts taunting.
You seek the land of fish. There is only abyss. And your abyss is me. Who granted your destiny?
Yeah, so this sentence isn't necessarily what actually gets him out of it. It's just something he says when he starts taunting. Seems to happen right after teleporting too. Alright, he went gold fast again. Might be health gated.
Walk the path of Buddha. What is best about my seed sack is how it happily remakes all food.
Dude, I can't believe he calls that sack his seed sack. Why would you call it that?
I shall meet you in combat, devoid of any intent, to see who prevails.
Of all the things you could have called it.
I hear I from across the land. They hold bow and hail me. Who are you to defy me? It's vain, divine strength.
Wait, does immobilize actually just put him into golden state? It might. Maybe that's what I need to stop doing.
There is only abyss, and your abyss is me.
Yeah. I had no health left. I'll try and stop doing that.
Yourself.
Like, it would be so unsatisfying to stop here, but let me give him my dog some food real fast, so at least he's not, I guess, sad. Alright.
The destined one wasn't built upon.
So no more immobilize. Ow.
One hand upon my gut.
I guess you can just swap this at any point. I didn't even think about that. Damn. know why I did that. Like, I like this boss fight when I'm able to hit him. But this is just boring. Like, I feel like I'm just waiting for his thing to go away, so I can actually play the game. I need to get away from the fucking lightning, so I can actually... Oh, fucking god, man. Standing in the fucking lightning rift.
The destined one wasn't Gloria!
Actually interrupted his golden face. That's kind of good to know. Get some murder damage.
No one to touch. Why persist with this farce? Walk the path of Buddha. Come within, not without.
Dude, I must have been on the fucking edge. Holy fuck. That went wrong so fast. I'll give it one more attempt, and I think I gotta end it. Even though I don't think it would take me more than a few more attempts to actually beat him. I just need to be more patient. Because this is, Jesus Christ, man. This is the biggest patience fight I've ever fucking seen, because you have to wait for the golden stuff to go away. It's very unenjoyable, I think. It completely ruins the flow of potential good fight.
I can cease to struggle with but one hand upon my gun. Flesh and bones, Kapatilla.
Okay, it is filled with attacks. Alright, good. That makes it so much more, I guess, enjoyable as well. Alright.
Thou shalt revere, or thou wilt never cease here. Behold my Mahavira hall. How can Mount Linshan match its magnificence? Receive me in sight and sound.
Yeah, laugh all you want, asshole. It's truly funny. Oh man, bad time.
No one can touch. I persist with this vow. What is best about my seeds is how it happily remains.
I don't need to know what's best about your seed sack. I don't.
I'm creating a new land of bliss.
Dude, I couldn't have dodged that any worse. Man, that went so well too. That was just bad. Literally took the 3 hits. I can't even blame the game for that one. I just badly dodged. I felt it in my fingers. At least I know now. I have something to do. Work towards. Just gotta stagger him. Because I actually kind of enjoyed this fight. That's why I was so annoyed that the gold was kind of getting in the way.
Behold my Mahavira hall. How can Mount Linsa match its magnificence?
I'm also sorry. This might be a bit loud. For some reason, this kind of fight and everything gets a bit loud. I apologize if... I'm actually going to turn it down a little bit. Because it gets really loud here in this boss. I can see it almost peaking on the on OBS.
Go within, not without. Is below my...
This kicked in pretty late. I got him so low. actually managed to dodge it just as badly, but because I had my thing activated, I didn't take as much damage. Not too bad once I didn't have to wait for all the gold bullshit.
Oh, this would end for you long ago. Keep fighting for others, and in
I'm sorry for
time,
yawning, guys.
you shall fall by their hand.
I'm tired and hungry.
I, Yellowbrow, fight solely for myself. Lost. I will not lose. If only I could wield that monkey's relic.
I completely forgot that's where we were. Fish.
This rogue stole my seed sack and fled here. With Wukong's relic, he made it a soul-snatching vessel. He also took my look and my name to trick his old foes into vengeance.
Gah, you potbelly! I should have figured out it was you.
Forgive my little deception.
Stolen once, I buy it. Stolen twice, I doubt it.
Your doubt is fair. I shouldn't have underestimated his nerve. I meant to subdue him myself, but you two were swifter. Fortune favors you, Bajie. But I see great potential in this young one. He might just be... the right monkey.
Enough of this empty talk. I don't care if Yellowbrow drowns in the lake. We can't have Wukong's relic sink with him.
For that, pray, lend me that rake of yours.
That's what it's called. Isn't a garden hoe the same thing? Am I wrong? I've been calling it a hoe this whole time. Doesn't matter now. It's a fishing rod. That's a pretty cool fish. I kind of take that back. It's kind of an ugly fish. I can't tell how it looks. Bye. Okay. Animation. Back to 2D. I imagine it's a different type of 2D animation though. That's kind of nasty. Yes. Kind of nasty. Its healing methods are so nasty. And it's probably not exactly healing methods either. Maybe it is something more sinister, I would imagine. Someone's gonna be overtaken by greed, I imagine. Try to kill it, maybe? People just go crazy, yeah. Yeah. Human greed is indeed horrible.
You tarried in the mortal world for a good while, didn't you? Speak clearly.
Once again, I proved it to you, Jinshansu.
You chose a means to an end, not to a proof. You sow chaos in hearts just for the sake of winning. How absurd and pathetic.
If not for winning, why debate over means and ends?
They have some really cool animations and very good just short stories, I think. They tell a really cool small story.
That stone monkey merely named himself a sage, yet this altar boy dared to found his own faith and proclaim himself Buddha. Your faith is firm and will unwavering. You resisted his lures. All those who were high and mighty found their minds lost and their faith stained. But was it truly because of their devotion to Yellowbrow? As you braved ice and snow, did the stench of shattered ego reach your nose?
I do wonder why it's only 5 here. So the 6th one's gotta be something interesting happening with it.
For half a verse of the ultimate truth, Snow Mountain ascetic gave his life, so attained Buddhahood. Such is the sole way to rise above all and build a faith. If those with talents should proudly scorn the rules and do as they please, how then may all the realms enjoy peace and prosperity? Not a soul can fathom his mind. Shanu of the North, the vanquisher of Yaoguais. The Jade Emperor once ordered him to purge the world of evil. The turtle and the snake were his generals back then. Alas, the snake general can no longer join the ranks, and Shanu is no more.
Oh, was that it? Where's the rest of it? Okay. I will begin the next chapter until I get a rest point. Usually get one in the very beginning, so I'll just do that and then I'll end it then. Rosy cheeks, grey hair. Alright. Damn, it's getting pretty cold and chilly as well. It's been raining a lot today. I definitely need to put on more clothes when I walk him.
My friend, not gold. God, my ass. My bones are cracking from lugging this load. Step it up. I gotta catch that feast on time. Hear me out. They say that hag has her quirky ways. Each season she'd wed a mate, then devour him. Once our lady brought her a wedding gift, a mirror, a past echo. Which? The past echo. The lady often speaks of it with regrets. I wonder why. Let me finish, will you? The hag got the mirror and looked into it, and for no reason at all, she threw it away. That soured our lady's mood. She stopped visiting since then.
Gibbering and jabbering. Couldn't even catch a wink of sleep this whole time.
What? Who's in there? How dare you spoil the gift from her own son?
Is he just gonna be with us now? I hope so. That'd be great.
No place to find peace these days. Hey! Lovely! Why don't you come down and join us? Leaving so soon? Why the shyness?
This place is cool. Visually, I'm very into this. Kind of dark and gloomy. Me obviously loving the dark fantasy stuff. This has that kind of vibe. Not fully. I mean, it's obviously green and nice. It's just because it's night. But this is cool because every zone so far has been pretty bright. From a very, very sunny forest to a literal desert into then a snow area.
There's a dwelling ahead. Care to take a quick peek? Let me catch up with you, kid.
You can teleport. Shut up. Got a dude hanging there.
Place still looks the same. Last clings here.
I was about to say, you're gonna fall down or what? Yes. Cool. Where's my rest though?
Look. Hey! Why are you ditching me?
Enemies stick close, I guess.
Lest you wake. Fight if you will.
It's a beetle, man.
They should have treated their guests. Now we're on our own. Surprised you have it, boy. Wukong had put in so much toil for this one. Hey! Why are you ditching me? What could this be? Something I won't miss for sure. Whoa! That's a nasty poison!
It's a lot of will here. This ghosty ass area.
Open that chest, quick! Treasures within.
Oh, you're seeing a chest? Oh. This guy can help point out stuff. I wouldn't mind that. I hope he sticks with us.
Your eyes are sharp. What petty quite!
Now you know it's kind of the supposed scary zone. The spooters are here. Do they explode on death? No, okay. Was just an ability they had, I guess. I also still have to go back to the old area actually and finish up some of the quests that I missed out on. Because there was still the guy who wanted the melon stuff, who I never found again. Another Knot of Voidness. Cool.
Tight squeeze. Good I've kept trim. A wide road ahead, and out of certain.
He's kind of a backseater. A headpiece. Cool. It's probably better than what I have. I would guess it is not. How is it not? That surprising. Maybe the pole stands might be worth just for the AoE on the spiders. Oh man. Yeah, that's actually kind of nice on the spiders here. Poke them a bit and keep them at bay. It's a bit of a weird one. It's definitely AoE. Like, for the most part, it just feels like it kind of sucks.
Nice shrine here, kid.
And here we go. Shrine found. Alright. That means it's time for me to stop. I definitely, by a decent margin, took this way longer than I originally wanted to. Still, I had my fun, without a doubt. So I have no regrets. I need gold thread for all of this. Alright. I have absolutely no regrets. Oh, also need some stuff for the legendary weapon here. Cool. Yeah, this game is super fun. I will still say, slightly repetitive in the snow area section. A lot of reused enemies, a lot of really big areas that just didn't feel like it had anything really in them. But that's also me really trying to explore everything, whereas you could just kind of run past a lot of the stuff. So I think I'll maybe do less of that going forward. Moderate extend dodge invisibility duration. This is really, really good. I'm grabbing that. So yeah, I have no regrets, but I will definitely try to not make it a habit of going too far, because this is a bit late for me. Oh well, it means almost a 7-hour stream, which isn't super unusual for me, but I would have liked to play some Smite as well today, which is usually my main game.
Hey.
Now, I'm going. So, thank you guys so much for watching as always. I really appreciate it.